Who's snoring? David's snoring down beside us too. And he said, if you girls snore, I'm going to go into the bedroom. We got pretty cute. Don't you get enough play with it? Don't get enough covers. I've got to put the cover later, okay? Okay, guys, so the other day they were running around the back with torches and stuff. Oh, he's not make sure she does her injections and takes medication and eats. Like, she's going to think about me. I said to Shay, I'm picking up enough to look after myself. So yeah. So I'll make sure it's done.
So you can come and see Mum if you want to talk to you.
looks all good when the wave's not there, but then
Yeah.
it draws all the water away,
Yeah.
and then suddenly there's rocks
Yeah,
right
it's
there.
right,
You're on the
right,
wave,
right.
like, if you fall, you're on the ice.
We're just like going on the line looking like,
Yeah. I'm
so
taking the high line.
Exactly. So many of my reps waves at this point, I just go,
Yeah.
I'm not holding back anymore. Working in the same sort of forecast, not looking like one get there on I'm knackered, but we've got it right. I don't think I've ever been so tired and so high full of energy, we just like complete contrast. Yeah, hard out. We're getting back into that now. Yeah, yeah. So it was in Hjorth as well. So yeah, we're all Mahi. Yeah.
Like an epidural was a process. They tried that 3 times. They're gonna shove a fucking big needle in, and they feed like a soft tube in, so you can't move while the big needle's in your back. And then, yeah, they tried to feed it in, and they tried to get it in the spinal cavity. They kept hitting blood vessels. Try again. So stressful to be holding her while she's having contractions, like staying still. Yeah, yeah. Got it on the food. I was like looking at the anecdotes because I was holding KP, so the anecdotes was like right there. I was like looking at it and I was so good. I'm stressed. That was a she, and she was lovely. She popped in the next morning just to see how things were going, which I thought was quite cool because specialists kind of do their shit and piss off, they don't really care. Not for any medical reason, just to come see, yeah.
So how is the little boy?
Pardon?
How is the little boy?
Good, yeah, no, he's feeding really well. Put on a heap. Yeah, no, he sleeps alright. You kind of got to, like, that's only like being awake for like an hour and a half. You keep them awake for much longer than that, they get overtired real. And then they're like, I want to sleep, but I don't want to go to sleep. Preparing for tomorrow.
Hurt yourself, that head's coming around, okay?
Yeah, he's...
Does it pick up or does it just look big from there? Just the,
Lake.
Lake Okatu. All good?
He said last night that he was going to be here. You got very strong, I think, this morning.
So Dad's like, oh, they're eating Stellas, and I was like, oh, and I couldn't find any in the fridge. Because Coronas and Stellas are my favorite. I know. Yeah. But I was just like, oh, there's
Oh, so they got the big beer
He's like, put in my bed in that light in his bed. I was like, okay.
No, that's good, bro.
We could just shift the table a bit, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, actually. Oh,
Yeah, perfect.
How did you have?
Yeah.
You'll be a runner just in case you need more, eh?
But harder to get.
How is that? How long's the trip? 1 month. How long is the trip?
9 hours. And then we do a couple of days training on
How did they go? How long
He's a skilled worker.
No, well, in Lovejoy,
So he's been making last week applied for this. He got a Swiss working
yeah. But his dad,
you can apply for your brother here. So he like pops up all this out. It doesn't matter if you're a skilled But it was
sound on it? Is it the live feed overseas already? Toots! Yeah, go bro!
Well, that's what I was going for. It's a good fun it's TD, which no, I think it was tossing out
Hayley.
my dad's name, my granddad's name, my family name.
You should be able to see him, eh? You should stand up. He's looking over here. This doesn't make sense. Just me and probably well, I got the two best ones. Sorry, buddy. Oh, I get about it when you years ago. shy. Don't be shy. I
Hey, there's a popping of the cork.
hate to think you wouldn't just think me about the guy.
Can you please pass Ray?
That's the bucket for
Here's a bucket. Oh no, here's what do you want? You seem to be the man on the job.
Just because you were putting
Thank you.
He's just gonna. With it all covered up.
Nah, yeah, we can't eat.
Why did you go with my mum?
Really?
Yeah. I think she gets. Yeah. She was like, showing tourists around. Yeah. Elephant could just stomp.
They filled up the one to go with the table. It's that one.
That's the one from family.
Yeah, no, Moscato. Just got one for now.
Heavy bar.
Oh!
This was like in the wild. You know the smiley one?
Oh,
Yeah.
I tried to get one for you. I might not get done today. Even like, yeah.
Can you shift your chair, mate? I'm just going to carry Ellen through here. Thank you.
Crank it up. All right. Yeah.
And once it starts playing,
Yeah, but it's only three.
Even better than we are now.
No, not next week. I think maybe.
Yeah, just no, but like two base around 10, pull your toes. So the reason we have like a base 10 system is because of players. Whereas base 12 and stuff, base 12 is better.
want to sit down, mate? You want to bring a couple of chairs down here? You sure?
Yeah.
All good? No mai, haere mai, and welcome. Welcome to all those joining us today. Thanks, Keith. All those joining us today via live stream. A special welcome to those in Denmark, Holland and Germany, where I'm told it is about 2 a.m. in the morning, and thank you for that. Every man dies, but not every man lives. So said William Wallace, Braveheart, the great Scottish warrior. And I'll leave it to you all to decide today if Ellen truly lived. We thank you for your efforts today to be here as we celebrate the life of a really special man. Ellen was immensely proud of his Viking roots. Although he was born and raised in New Zealand, his heart was always divided between here and his ancestral home, Denmark. Ellen's parents were to be Ellen's moral compass. They were hard-working, principled people, and Ellen inherited a great gene pool from them. His dad worked as a commercial fisherman. His mum was 2 years alone in Denmark before setting off to be with a husband in New Zealand. She spoke little or no English. She was very hard of hearing, and those two impediments alone would have been a daunting thing for most new immigrants. Yeah, there's the big one, yeah. That's not working, obviously. It is. Is it? Okay, is that better? Sorry.
Can you start again?
Hey, my God, you're a lippy woman. He must have been.
Okay, let's walk back.
Hey? Oh dear, good on you. Good thing I know where I was. Anyway, as I said, she spoke little or no English, and she was very hard of hearing. And those two impediments alone would have been daunting for most new immigrants, particularly a woman on her own. And to add insult to injury, when she finally arrived in Auckland airport, there was no one there to meet her. Ellen's dad, Sven, was out fishing. Well, she clearly forgave him because young Ellen arrived 2 years later. You don't mind if I stand here, will you? That's cool. The home they eventually built in Gisborne is the one we're in today. And it's fitting that this was the home that El spent most of his life in. And it's the right place to farewell him as he travels to Valhalla. I didn't know Ellen. I wish I had. I know of no one that has a bad word to say about him. He was the sort of guy that you could always count on. There was never any question that he would be by your side as a helping hand, and he was a bloody good community guy and good company. Mr. Handyman. He was keen to get into any project, not so keen to see it finished. Just yesterday one of them got finished, the one you're standing on. That big hole in the driveway was completed by his workmates at Fulton Hogan on Thursday. No thanks required. It was what Ellen would have done if the boot had been on the other foot, and it shows the respect he earned amongst his peers. Last Saturday, Ellen did a few truckloads of sand and metal for Fulton Hogan. And he hadn't been home long when, whilst enjoying a coffee on the front deck, a call came for some assistance from a friend a few doors down the road. Ellen, being Ellen, dropped everything and helped get the job done. Son John offered to come and help. Ellen said, no, you've got a crook neck, I've got this. And this was testament to Ellen's response to a call for help. No matter where it came from, it was in his DNA. And Sue's last memory of Ellen was in pulling on his boots, and that's not a bad lasting memory. That could have been any day in Ellen's life. On Elle's way home, a path he had walked countless times, saw him 2 doors from home when a car exiting a neighbour's property lost control and ran Ellen over and ultimately killed him. And this is the part of Ellen's story that's left the nearest and dearest the most heartbroken. There were no last goodbyes, no last kiss, no hint of danger that was awaiting. And that's where I'd like just to tender some humble advice. I know there are people asking themselves, what if? What if Ellen had done another truckload? What if we hadn't asked for help? What if we'd left the call a few minutes later? What if Ellen had walked a few steps faster or slower? Well, all those are hypothetical questions and they don't have rational answers. And that is why they do our heads in. Can I respectfully remind you that life can be cruel? In fact, it can be a bastard. And there is no avoiding fate, and it shouldn't be the reason for not doing what Ellen and all of us would do all over again without a second thought. For what it's worth, doctors told Sue that had Ellen survived, he would have been severely disabled. A small consolation, but no one would have wished that on anyone, let alone this family patriarch of a man of action. Ellen made this world a whole lot better for having been in it. His passion for his family and his friends and workmates and neighbours is without question his most endearing quality. And let's remember this kind gentleman today with laughter and the odd tear. We're going to hear from some of these folks later, but I'd like to share some of the comments that were made around Ellen's dining table on Wednesday and Thursday, and at the fishing club on Wednesday evening. He had lovely smiling eyes. The girls all said that in one head. He loved making his 9 grandchildren laugh by pulling funny faces as they were driven away. He wanted the last thing they saw was Ellen making them smile. He loved sharing his talents and experience with anyone. He loved making things for his family and friends. Ellen had great knowledge and he wanted to share his experience with everybody. One bloke said, I worked with Al for 9 years on and off and never had a reason to dislike him. He was a good bastard. What can I say? I asked the family if anything made him mad. The quick response was everything pissed him off. But he didn't raise his voice. He found a walk along the beach was far more therapeutic. Ellen loved his music. He was an ardent Pink Floyd fan, but he just generally enjoyed good music. He was an old headbanger. One of the special parts of any celebration is the tributes. And the family are coming up first to share theirs, and then they will be followed by Alan Ledger, and then we're going to open the floor, so if anybody wants to pop up and share a tribute, you'll be welcome. So, all good?
I can. Yep. Right, I haven't written a speech. I've got it all in my head, so I'll just go with it. Al, I want to say that thank you for being such an awesome stepdad to us all, and you know, no matter what time of day or night we would turn up, you always had a welcoming smile and a hug, and would just always be so happy to see us all. And I want to thank you for that, because you're just such a genuine, happy, beautiful person. And my girls, they called him Coco, and they absolutely loved Coco. And I asked my girls, what's the fun things that you're going to remember about him? And my 4-year-old said, Coco going to the beach with us, and Coco always doing silly faces at us and making us laugh. And my little 2-year-old is asleep now. She just said, Coco always played with us, and those are the things that everyone's going to remember, is the happy, fun times with him, and he made everyone smile and happy. And I was just going to share a couple of stories with you. And the first one is about how me and my girls ended up calling him Coco down at Mum and Al's other house at Sarah Street. And my oldest girl Hayley, she was only a little toddler, she might have been about 1 or so at the time, and she looked up at Al one day and she goes, Coco! And me and Mum was sitting there and we go, what did you say? She goes, Coco, Coco. Coco. And we thought, oh, Coco, yeah, Coco. And since then it just stuck, and they've always known him. So we've always just kept, like, the girls just carried that on, and they've always known him as Coco. And I just, yeah, want to say thank you, Al, for being such a brilliant Coco to my girls. And then the last time I seen Al was 6 days before the accident, and we called in to have a cup of tea and something to eat with Mum and Al, and I was telling Al, I was like, Al, I brought 100 chickens. And he was like, oh yeah. And I was like, so I'm going to buy this fancy chicken caravan to have them in. And he looks at me and he goes, nah, girl, don't buy one. I'll make it for you. He goes, we'll sort it out, and that is just such an Al thing to do. Like, no matter what it was, he was always wanting to help, just do anything. And it's like, this is his last thing, saying, yeah, don't worry, girl, I'll make it for you. We'll sort it out. And I was like, shit, that's good, Al. Thank you so much. And we're getting in the car to leave. And I always used to say to him, whenever we were leaving, I'd say, see you in the spring, Al. And he'd, sometimes say, oh, yeah, right. It was, no matter if it was like summer or whatever, I'd be like, see you in the spring. But this time I said, oh, we'll actually be the spring, Al, because it's, spring in a couple of days. So I said to him, see you in the spring, Al. And he goes, yeah, see you in the spring, girl. And he goes, I love you, girls. And then we drove out and we were waving to him, and then just to make my girls laugh in the back seat, Al was there on the side of the car doing the chicken dance to the girls as we were driving out. And I was like, oh, that's such a special, a nice, happy, fun memory of him that, that I love, and I think it's really special. So to Al, I'll see you in the spring, mate. See you in the spring.
Kia ora all, I'm David, I'm Alan's youngest son. This morning I went down to the beach and wrote a few words. It was weird, I hadn't been down there yet, and it's usually one of the first things I do. And in commemoration I wore my shortest pants to remember his little legs and his Crocs. So, but firstly I'd just like to thank you all for being here. It's a great atmosphere, it's more of a party than anything, and that's exactly the way you would have wanted it. But I'd also just like to thank my friends up there. They've been so awesome flying in and helping us set everything up, and even though it's such a shit time, it's kind of showed me how beautiful humanity can really be and how nice everyone's been through this whole process, and that's something that we as a family really appreciate. So I just wrote a few words, and so I might cry, and it's the most I've ever cried in my life, but I mean that's just kind of how much we all cared about Al, and the emotions just mean that there was something really there. Alan, a man small in stature but with a large heart. He's a loving smile that's so contagious and always filled those around him with joy. He had many names: Al, our dog, Hjorth. I even called him Fatty, and Mum's favourite name for him was Oi Stop That for some reason. Those are just a few names. Whenever I'd come back to Gizzy, he'd be the first person to suggest a barbecue and some beers with the boys, and in true Alan fashion, there'd be about 20 onions on there and all burnt sausages, which everyone seemed to love at the time. I started to get concerned when my mates liked him more when they would start coming around when I wasn't here. And then they'd get stuck having yarns with him for hours about his antics in the 70s and then all the projects he had on the go, so it was a long conversation obviously because he had so much to do. A quick story of when I was with him last was we have birthdays 2 days apart, so his birthday's on the 18th of July and mine's on the 20th. And we went and visited Sarah in Melbourne. We went out for a beautiful dinner with him, and he saw the $60 steak on the menu. Sarah was shouting, so naturally he got that. I looked across the table at him, I said, oh, what does that taste like? And he was like, oh, do you want some? Cuts me off the only piece of gristle on there, gives it to me with a huge smile on his face. Then a few beers turned into a few more, and we got back to the place that we were staying. Alan, I'm sure many of you know Alan's iconic pogo. where he'd bounce up and down. But by that stage, the iconic pogo was more of a soft spring. It didn't bounce very high. Then, yeah, a few beers led to a few more, and he looked at me at 4 o'clock in the morning. He said, "Do you want gin and water? Because that's all we've got." And I was like, "Go on then." And then the next thing I remember is wake up with my shoes on, staring at the ceiling, and I was like, "Whoa, that was a big night." Which made me think, I don't know if Alan realised he turned 70 or he thought he was back in the 70s, but Jesus Christ. 2 days later, 2 days of horrific hangovers later, might I add, I swore to myself I'd never drink again, but it was my birthday, so Alan shouted me a margarita. And then, as we were driving up, Mick and my partner Mick here, and I were driving up, and then I was crying so much, and then I just started hysterically laughing, and she looked at me and she was like, "Why are you laughing?" And I said, "I'm pretty sure the last photo or video I have on my phone is when we're out for a really nice dinner, and I said to Alan, you should try and eat the corn long ways, and I'll let you think about what that looks like." But yeah, and I'd just like to say, fucking cheers our dog for being a great man, but an even better friend to us all. And we all appreciate you so much and what you've done for our lives, and I know you've made me a better man, and cheers to that. So, who's next? Yeah, clap for me. Woo!
I don't think I can beat those, so I don't actually have many words to say other than Dad wouldn't want us to be sad for too long. He would just want us to play the music louder, raise a drink, be kind and skull. Should I go? Yeah.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarah, I'm Al's daughter, and it's been a really sad time the last week since the accident happened, but again, just to shadow Dave's sentiment, we're so grateful that everyone's come along today to celebrate Alan's life. I don't have many words to share, but Al knows how I felt about him and how much I loved him, but I just really wanted to say that throughout the last week, thinking about Al's kindness, generosity, lack of judgment, and always just having a good time has made me think about how I want to take a little bit of Al moving forward and making sure that I make him proud by doing more of that. So to Al, everyone, to Al. Yeah.
Oh, hello everyone, I haven't written anything down. I'm John, I'm the third oldest probably. Such a tragic loss. We all love Alan so much. He was such an awesome stepfather to us, support us, you know. Even he's done, you know, half on his trolls at my place. But he'll be sorely missed. He was such a top man, and a loving heart, you know. I'm so pleased that him and Mum had such awesome travels around the world and stuff, because I think the last time they went to Europe, and I'm sure Mum forgot to get me a present, and I come out having a shower at the table, and I had this, Alan was a man of the sea, and had all pirate stuff, and he looked at me and he said, "You bastard, there's actually my shoot." but you know, just with Al, he's like just a cheeky smile and a laugh afterwards, and I was like, yeah, that shows you the sort of person he was, you know, such a bloody awesome person. He's going to be so well, you know, missed, and just like to thank everyone, you know. It just shows you how many people have turned up today, what a cool guy he was, you know, and you know, everyone's such a, you know, you're just lost for words. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
This is one thing I really didn't think I'd be able to do, is stand here. And right now, this guy wasn't only my father, he was my best mate. Best mate where I spent years and years with as a best mate. Not so much a father, and I never called him dad. Never called him anything apart from Hjorth. And so that's what I'm used to, and it's amazing to look around right now. Yeah. And just to Dad.
Okay, I just want to say that Alan was the love of my life. He was so fun to be around. Every day in his life, he told me he loved me, even if I was a grumpy old thing and I wouldn't talk to him, because I know you're grumpy, but I still love you. And yeah, and had the sweetest cuddles and gentlest nature, and made me laugh so hard. And I apologise to all the neighbours we've ever had for the loud music. But yeah, and we fit together because he was the casual fun guy and I was the more serious, paid the bills, and he'd come home and I'd say, how much is that? And he goes, I don't know, so, but we had so much fun, and instead of being responsible and paying for orphanages, we just travelled lots and spent lots of money. So. But loads of memories that you can't take back, and I'm so happy I have those memories of him now. And you bastard, I have to pay the mortgage off. But Melissa found this beautiful Viking poem, which I'm going to try and read out, which really sums up my love for Alan. So if you could turn to your programs and read it with me, I would be appreciated. So, I should put my glasses. Yes. Dear Dad's glasses. Okay. Lay him down, dress him fine, weave flowers in his beard, for he is loved. He is mine, paid for with my tears. Battles over, warrior king, respected by his peers. Hold his image, sing his songs to echo through the years. Upon the waters, send him well, let the flames begin. Valhalla waits while my heart breaks and yearns to burn with you. Thank you.
Going to give her a big hand. That was a toughie. Alan Ledger, where are you hiding, buddy?
Hi, I'm Alan Ledger. I work for Fulton Hogan, manager of the Fittest Workshop. I've worked with Alan for quite some years, about 30 odd I think, with my wife Belinda. I think Alan was a bit late getting out here, but I think he was at work getting his overalls on. Took him half an hour. If you say anything, he said, I'll go home. So Belinda, we were so grateful to Sue and the family. Belinda and I are beyond devastated by the loss of Alan, as you know. We were so grateful to be invited to share in Alan's final last days at A&E and ICU. In ICU, there were lots of crying, with the odd laughter and reminisced about his life. Thanks, Sue, for inviting us. There was a treasured moment. I think there was a bit of man love there. I kissed him quite a few times, and I hope I was kissing it for you. No, it was respectful. Not like you, Pete. So, and I'll just go a footnote down here. I would like to thank Joel and Adrian and the utility staff of Fulton Hogan who found time to finish Alan's concrete work, his concrete project, sorry. Special thanks to Peter Hatton, who tried to lock me in the toilet over there. Yeah, freaked me out. And Andrew Mendoza, who finished it all off. He was here till about 6 o'clock at night to do that on Thursday night. So thanks for that. You think I'm finished? Here's the good stuff. This is, and I'm sure by saying here, a lot of his workmates over here have the same problems. So I've known Alan, of course it's Hjorth, and I'll mention as Alan when he does something good, and it's Hjorth when he does something, you know, not so much bad but cheeky. Yes, I've known him since about 1989, so that's approximately 34 years. If I get dates and stuff wrong, we shouldn't let the truth get in the way of a good story. So when I came back from England, I started working with him at the Gisborne Council workshops, along with Sean Byrne, and Russell Jones, the foreman. I soon realised that he had a natural flair for anything mechanical, coming from the food industry, Watties and the freezing works. Just while I'm there I did highlight some bits on here. He did tell me a story at the freezing works when they were shutting down. I think wherever he goes, things seem to shut down. But he did tell me one story that on the day of the shutdown, of course he's doing projects. So he's making up stuff. I don't know what he's making up. And he gets all this stuff and puts into a wheelbarrow, which I think it's a stainless steel wheelbarrow, and I saw it here the other day. Is that the one? That's the same one, yeah. So I'm not making up a story. And he takes off with that, and he comes back. He did tell me that he saw this ladder going up the wall, and there was this big clock. Well, it used to be a big clock, it had gone. So he said, bugger, everybody else is flogging everything, and I'm getting nothing. I think he did all right. So when we were amalgamated with the councils, then Eastworks, and then finally Fulton Hogan, Alan found himself to be more involved with the quarry department. And he worked with Tim Kendi as the manager. And old Tim, he used to call him his Danish delight. And if you ever asked him if he had finished your job, are you finished, Alan? No, I'm Danish, he would say. So Alan's job there was to maintain the equipment, conveyors, stackers, screening plants, crushing plants, all sorts of stuff. Tim then would come in the workshop and say to Alan, where's your chalk, Alan? Tim would then proceed to draw a plan on the bench. It could be a stacker, a rock screen, or any harebrained ideas Tim had. Then it was Alan's job to create this from spare parts and other broken bits or equipment of various quarries. Tim liked cheap jobs, didn't want to spend money. So on that, Alan's favourite site was Motorhora Quarry. Well, I don't think it was, but maybe he just liked to be up there away from Russell, the foreman. He enjoyed working with the Barbridge family. He did tell me one story. During winter, he had a welding job to do up on the jaw crusher. So he purchased thermal underwear and he got wrapped up. And when he got up there, the crusher was up on a hill and he started work. He's down the crouch position and he's welding. He's got to build this up. And he looked up into the hills and he saw the sun was coming around and he go, oh great, it's going to warm up. And then an hour later, it died back behind the other hill. Yeah, so the warmth didn't come. He was very peed off with that. Tim, you did spoil him. We all know Alan was a funny guy and his life of the party. Even at work, there was always a joke to be had, even the odd prank. So I've got some pranks down here. He did one to me. Hjorth and I had the task years ago of welding cathodic straps up to the waterworks back into town. It's about 50 odd K. We did about over a year and a half. So one day I went back to the smoko caravan, as you do, to have lunch, picked up my lunchbox and saw something green inside. I thought, what the hell's that? I opened up, it's a bloody frog. Alan sniggering in the corner. Oh, so I knew who had done that. So carry on. This time it's Sean Byrne. Now, Sean Byrne, I don't know if you know him, he used to play football here. He came from Ireland, great player over there, and was playing for Gisborne City here. So he had no respect for anybody. So this time he saw Sean Byrne's lunchbox in the smoker room. We had an ant problem in there, in the workshop smoker room. Hjorth, of course, and Sean had jam sandwiches. So Hjorth lifted the lid of the lunchbox and was able to coax the ants to go inside. Again, more sniggering in the corner. And this is at Watties. I wasn't at Watties, obviously, but when Hjorth found out that my wife here was related to Les Todd through her auntie, out comes another story. Hjorth, during the day, had put his bike on the crane hoist and hoisted up to the ceiling. And of course, Les Todd comes running in at the end of the day looking for his bike. And he's, of course, sniggering in the corner. But he wasn't satisfied for that. Sometime later, where am I? So not content with that, later on, he put bearing, I don't know if you know bearing blue. You other fitters will know that. It's for putting in bearings and finding out high spots. So he put it on his welding helmet and his strap. So when he put it on there, Les had a big mark across here. No one told him that day until he got home. I think Raymond Todd would have given, would be horrified and wouldn't let him go to bed until he cleaned that off. More pranks, sorry. Well, this is a prank that we got to play on him. We were out one night, I think, at the was Fulton Hogan do at the China Palace. I think if anybody's been there in the years gone past, old Ken there likes to, of course, have a karaoke. So I thought, I know what, I'll tell us Alan's 60th birthday. He's probably about 55. He then proceeded to sing Happy Birthday to Alan. This time it was our time to laugh and snigger. One day, and this is one, oops, Alan. I don't know if this was a prank. Well, I don't think it was. It was a bit of a prank on me, I suppose, but I remember Hjorth and I were out at an event in town, somewhere, I don't know. We decided to walk home. We stopped off at the Royal for a few drinks, as you do on the way home. I think Hjorth had a few, obviously. And then he left, and I did soon after. So I was walking down Gladstone Road, and then I noticed something behind a hedge at the Bethel Chapel. You know the Bethel Chapel? It's like a church. And it was Hjorth behind the hedge. I got a hell of a fright. So I picked him up, and we stumbled to Hunter Street, where he was living with Gunther, who's here tonight. Later on, I was talking about that, and he told me he had done this before, but that time he woke up next to a homeless guy. I've got some bits down here, but hopefully I was just going to make a note of that, but I wasn't going to talk about Jason Miller in our workshop and how we, him and another fitter, I won't mention his name, Tony Carpendale. He had some beer there, and they put the beer in the freezer during the day, because Jason liked to have a beer on the way home. And so they put it in the freezer, got it out before knock-off time. If you can gather what happened then, Jason's getting up to his gate at home, opens his beer and it just fizzes out. So that's another reason not to drink and drive. I don't know if you're going to mention this one. You probably won't be able to mention this one. Sorry, Alan, but everybody knows your 5 minutes of fame. And I think a lot of people know. Farmers. He burnt down farmers. Well, he didn't really. He had a bit of smoke damage. And it wasn't his fault. He was told to cut the plate in the side of the walkway. Then he saw a fire down there. Runs inside. People come running out and say, "Oh, there's a fire in there." And he says, "Oh no, I lit it." And the man who told him was sitting there by the courthouse, yeah, with arms crossed, doing nothing. Then the fire brigade arrived. Hang on that, mummy. Is everybody bored of me yet? Oh. Working or socialising can be like being on a TV show like the two Ronnies. He came in one day and he was going on about the two Ronnies, and I go, he must be never reminiscing on the show, and he's going, oh, I saw the show that talked about fork handles, and so he came in, he's reminiscing about this show, and he's saying, oh, Ronnie Barker came in and saw Ronnie come up behind the shop, and he was talking about getting some, he wanted fork handles, but no, actually he went away, got fork handles, came back, and no, it was supposed to be 4 candles. So that show went, so that's what he was watching that night. So going on from that, 4 candles, but he was 4 handles, 4 candles it was supposed to be. So if you look that up on YouTube, you'll see what he was watching that week. So, yeah. So both Alan and I enjoyed this sort of humour, but obviously our wives didn't. On occasion with him, we would talk crap. He's good at that. Sue said to us, you two should have got married. I take that as a compliment. So believe it or not, Belinda and I first met Sue, of course, at another Fulton Hogan social. Alan arrived with Sue. I thought she was a bit flash for him. I think we all sighed with relief. Finally someone else to look after him. Alan became more focused, I suppose, on his projects. As Forrest Gump would say, 2 peas in the pod. Over the years, Alan would come and go from Gisborne about 3 times. Each time he came back, and when positions would come available, I would ask Joel, can we take him back? And he would say, yes. When he came back for the 3rd time, Alan's main role was to look after maintenance at the new wastewater treatment plant. Alan, being Alan, always looked for ways to improve the equipment, to the extent that he thought, why don't we replace the screens? He had discussed this idea with plant manager Tracy. I said to Alan, the council are not going to spend another $1 million to do this. Alan said, well, they should. In the end. And the last job we had, of course, Ross and I would say we were very lucky that we spent 2.5 weeks with Alan on the job. His last job was out at the last job he was out at the Waipa water treatment plant. We had to change out some bearings and a sprocket on a clarifier. I think we were supposed to do this about 12 months ago, but we said, oh, this will keep going for a little while. But then Gabriel came along, so we have put off the job right till now, so it's lasted till then. This was a crucial piece of kit. Without it working, the plant would have struggled to meet the city needs. So I thought Alan is the best man to lead this job. Gave him a ring, no problem, I'll be there. I teamed him up with Ross, it's like a father and son now. The bearing, which was about this big, was completely gone. But, sorry, get back there. So they got the job done. It's still running, touch wood. I think that was that ring before from, probably out there. Found out later that he enjoyed being asked found out later he enjoyed being asked. He's not on the scrap heap yet. I should have had some more beer. Finally, mate, I'm going to miss you like all the people here today. You made us feel special. This may sound selfish, and I think we both all feel selfish, I think, on a day like that. But as I approach retirement, I would like to think we could have done more stuff together. What old people do. Like another TV program, Last of the Summer Wine. You would play the role of Compo, chasing Nora Batty. Bye, friend. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Alan. As we said, the family have asked if anyone wants to come up and share a few brief words. You're welcome. Anyone like to do that? Oh, you won't have a PA, is that what the problem is? I don't know, you're in charge. Everyone comfortable with just getting on with it? Here we go, we've started the ball rolling now. They know where the portaloos are.
G'day, I'm Tim Kennedy. You already loved me, just didn't understand it. He was a bloody genius, he just didn't know it. Every time Joel was asked to take him back, he said, fucking really? But he did, and he did great work. We took him to Motor Horror and said, we got crushers, fix it. He said, don't forget, weld it, but bolt it. He didn't. A week later, it fell off. So he gets up there at midnight, because Shorty he had a very strange health issue. He didn't start early, didn't finish late, and he hated the cold. So Motor Horror was the perfect place. So he tipped him upside down, stuck his head in his crusher. 5 hours later, he got to the last 10 mil, and he's getting a bit tired and a bit cold, but the gas axe was sort of keeping him warm. And he cuts it, and the thing goes bang. So he whips his hand out, the glove stays in, and all the fingers are gone. He was warm as hell for the next hour and a half, while he was running around in a big flap, thinking what the hell he'd just done. He was also a brilliant legal mind. He came to work one day, he said, what are you looking so sheepish for? You didn't sleep well. He goes, no. So I got home late last night, or early this morning, went to get in bed, and Mrs. said, get the fuck out of here. Why? I said, you got on a perch. He said, hey, I paid for half this bed, I'm staying. He didn't get any blankets and didn't get any comfort, but he did get a bed. So thank you, Hjorth. We gave you all the shit jobs. You're bloody tight with his chalk as well. But you couldn't ask a better person to help you out of anything. Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, come on. Are you going to fight over it?
Okay, I'm Liz. Me and Hjorth go back quite a while, really. Shut up. And I've got to apologise for not going to a sim test. Yeah, I had to. And I have a few things to say about them. Fuck all, but... And Al took the one away. I was going to tell you about the time he nearly burnt the farmers down, but that's gone. and my kids here grew up with Hjorth and Swen, so it's good that they've come as well. And I just hope I don't start crying. But there's a few things I've been, because we always play jokes on each other. And, oh, I don't want anyone to hear. Well, I had a couple of good ones that I got. Fuck.
I can handle it.
Oh.
You're about my size.
Thanks, Murray. What? Well, there's one time we were at Thistle, we'd won a cup, and we're all drinking it rum, you know, rum, because we're rum drinkers in those days. And while he wasn't looking, I heated up the handle. Then I go, Hjorth, it's your drink out of here. He picks it up. The cup goes everywhere, and all the rum. And there's another time we're up at John Sturden's having a party up there, and I'm having a piss over the bank. And Hjorth comes up behind me and goes, hey Les. It took me half an hour to get out of the blackberry. I had this big guy had to pick me up and pull me up. because no one else could get me out. I said, thanks, Hjorthie. And there was heaps more too, but I won't hold everyone up because we've got to have a few drinks on them. So, Hjorthie, have a great life up there. So, and hopefully I'll be up there one day with him. So, well. You want to sing?
Yeah, hi, I'm Tony, who's, well, not actually Alan's cousin, but we got brought up together. Our fathers came out on the fishing boat together from Denmark, and so he's just about like a brother. As we were young, he used to take so much, I suppose, the blame for everything when I got into trouble with Mum. So every time we went out, had a few drinks, and even a lot of the times when I wasn't out with Alan still took the blame, and he knew it wasn't him, but he was just smiling and say, yep. And of course he loved his music, so there's a couple of times just out on the front veranda here. One of the times I remember we'd been out, had a couple of hours surfing, come back and having a quiet beer, and of course the stereo was just cranked up completely, and then we saw a couple of guys come along and basically parked the car down below. They looked out there for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, had a look at the surf, got the boards off the car, got into their wetsuits, waxed the boards up, and then basically 5 minutes later they put the boards back on the car, got out of the wetsuits and getting ready to drive off. So of course Alan's there, he turns down the music and, "Hey, highway surfers!" And he just couldn't resist going out and basically yelling out at them. There's another time that we're out there, and I think it was the song Ain't Gonna Work No More, and of course the next day Alan gave up work, and I don't think he worked for about another 3 or 4 months after that. Definitely spontaneous, and there's just so many different laughs that we used to have going to different parties and that. So as I said, I was about 5 years younger than him, so that's why he got into so much trouble taking me to the pub and different things all the time, and out surfing. So yeah, he's just a great guy. I've always, the last time we came to Gisborne it was about 11:30, and both Alan and Sue, straight away it's, oh, do you want a beer? And then of course one beer led to a couple, and then there was a few snaps came out, and yeah, then Penny had to drive home. So yeah, but Alan, it's just going to miss you so much. It's, yeah, okay.
Thank you. All done? There will be oh, what? You fellas all from the same gene pool, are you?
He was my brother.
He was your brother? That
Close
figures.
enough.
Near enough.
Hi folks, I'm Steve McClatchy. I wasn't going to have a speech today because I don't like talking. I think you're having me on, but I first met Alan Stanley Road, Lyndhurst Street. We had a flat there back in the early 70s, and Alan taught me how to drink, how to dance. It was called the paraplegic shuffle, and we would just fill ourselves to the top and stagger around in circles for hours. And when we had enough of that, he'd roll me a joint too. You know, I was an innocent kid until I met Alan. Well, he wasn't done with me. We spent many years travelling around the roads up the coast here and all sorts of things, getting into trouble. And then he thought he'd pay me back. He married my sister. So Alan became my brother-in-law. Well, he was the coolest brother-in-law in the world because he was handy. One day I was stoking the fire and I'm using a stick. He said, "Fuck," he says, you need a poker." So you've heard of Waka too, where it went bust, and before it went bust he made me a poker. He came home one day, I got the flashiest poker in the world. You want to see it? Amazing. The story we heard before about the clock. Alan was talking about the clock, and someone that was just spoke before, the gentleman from the Yeah. Well, I was in that smoko room because I used to work on the slaughter board up there, and Alan came up, and it was exactly that. He was sitting there having his smoko, and he used it as an excuse to be late to go back. He says, I looked up at the clock and it was fucking gone. He said, it was a weapon. He certainly was. He had beautiful kids. There's two of them here. That one's not so beautiful. I give that one a kiss, but not this one. I see. But no, you're both a credit to your father. You really are. And thank you everyone for coming along, saying bye-bye to my mate. And I'm going to go now too.
There we are, someone's going to talk some sense. Girls always talk sense, so.
That's what I thought. We've got to be represented here. I met Sue and Alan on a bench on the beach 4 years ago. Alan had his beer, Sue had a wine, and we proceeded to tell them how I was proposed to on that bench. And we moved up here. The day we got here, my husband got on bended knee on this bench that Alan had built, which he told us it was his bench he built. And we got married. That bench has kind of been a connection over the time, as has Stella, who still visits us, and beautiful Steffi and Swiss friend. And so Stella comes over, barks at the door, comes in, has something like a little bit to eat, and she'll sleep with us and she'll watch the TV and she'll go home again. She'll bark to go home. And that's carried on, so that's been our connection. But this bench, over the storms, we watched the cliff get closer and closer to this bench. And we thought, oh my God, it's going to drop off in another week and another week and another week. And suddenly my husband came back from surfing one day and said, the bench is gone. And it had fallen down the cliff about 3 meters and the tide was coming in. So we marched down there and I said, we've got to move this bench. We've got to save it. Alan built this bench. And with the tide coming in and lapping in, I think we dragged this thing a couple of 100 metres up the bench and managed to lever it onto a ledge, and we arranged it and sat it there. Well, Sue and Alan went away overseas, and while they were away, the tide came up again, and we thought, oh my God, it's going to go. But we'd let them know we'd saved it. And when Alan and Sue got back, Alan messaged us and said, we've saved it again. We've moved it up and it's up high on the hill, so that bench is something special. And we met some people over at the neighbours where Alan and Sue used to live the other day. We had a barbecue and they had 2 beautiful children and they also met on that bench. And they met during COVID and they told us that they sat that far apart from one corner to the other. It was levered, talked for 5 hours, and now they've got 2 beautiful children. So Alan has spread a lot of love with one of his projects. And I'm really thankful for that, and I'm thankful for him as a neighbour, and you too, Sue. We didn't see each other very much, but I would spend a lot of time talking with Alan on the beach. And there was a soft side to Alan. We would be down there in the worst weather. No one else would be there. And he'd be there with Stella and then with Scooter, and we'd talk about life, and we'd laugh, and we'd chat, and I will really miss having that lovely soul of a man on the beach. And bye, Alan. I know we'll see you all again and see him again. But he spread a lot of love to a lot of people in so many situations, and mine was one of them, and I'll always be thankful for that. Thanks, Alan.
I don't know, you made kids sitting that far apart. He must have been cock-eyed, was he?
Just wanting to say a few words on behalf of my dad, Niels. Mate, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to write. You're my best man and my best friend. We grew up together and shared so much, from our fathers sailing to New Zealand together to having the same birthday. We grew up building forts in the park in Martin Street. We dug caves in the sand dunes when we camped at Macquarie Beach in the summer school holidays, where we also learned to surf together. We had so much fun as teens, often ending a surf session with a few jugs of beer and a game of pool at Tatapuri Hotel, or just sitting on our lawn with the stereo speakers outside and annoying the neighbours with our loud music. The partying those days was epic. Life was just an endless summer. Our parents always said you never wanted to grow up. I guess that was true, but in a good way. Your enjoyment of a good laugh and joke was what made you special and loved by everyone. You had an amazing ability to build everything out of anything. I remember my first car surfboard rack that you built out of canning materials from Waddies. I think most of the surfers in Gisborne had an Allen special after a while. You also built the best surfboard I ever owned, and I only wish I still had it. Life just isn't fair sometimes. The coming years should have been the best for you and Sue to enjoy together. You had so many projects that were waiting for your touch to keep you busy. It has been very hard for me to not be able to be there in person today. Rest assured, I'll have a beer or two for you and we'll be in Gisborne soon. Now you will never grow up, and that is just how I want to remember you, my friend, the best friend I ever had.
Okay, there will be an opportunity for you. Oh, I've been avoiding you. We'll make you the last one, eh? Oh no, listen. Oh,
they're still lining up, mate.
Are they? I should have bought a thermos and some sandwiches.
My name is Paul Eric Larson, and I am the son of a fisherman who came out in 51. Sven-Ove Hjorth, Svent Madsen and Svent Larsen all came out on the Olympia in 51. My mother came out to join him. She was 21, from the other side of the world, by herself, with no language. That's the gene pool I come from, and that's the gene pool that Ellen came from. So we just move ahead. This is a bit of a hiccup in our lives, of course, but we just carry on and do it. What I really wanted to say when I got up here was that all too often, you only see these people when you come to a fucking wedding or a fucking funeral. And I'm as much to blame as anybody else. I'm a gunner. Yeah. I'd like to remind you that make an effort to keep your connections going. Because there's a shitload of connections here. Look at them all. You know? So just keep it going. Shake your mate's hand. You know? Go up and give him a hug. You know? The bugger that you haven't seen for 5 or 7 years, 10 years, whatever. You know? Don't become an antisocial old bugger at home like me. Yeah.
G'day everyone, I'm Ross. Yeah, even though Hjorth was about 35 years older than me, I felt like we were the same age. He had just such good energy. I first met him at Mechanics at Whanau Holdings. We worked together, and I was like, man, he's a good bastard. Taught me a lot of things, a few little tricks and tips. And then when I was at Fulton Hogan, he showed up, and it's like, oh, this is going to be awesome. He just was the best person I've ever worked with. And yeah, just want to say cheers to Hjorth, and thanks for all the good memories. And I'm just going to miss him so much. Cheers, guys.
Kia ora koutou. I was lucky enough, or unlucky enough, to be neighbours with Alan and Sue. One thing, I didn't know him for that long, but you didn't have to know him for long to know that he had a massive heart. We just got a little puppy, a rescue puppy, and we'd gone out to work one day and there was a huge storm. And Alan didn't tell me this, but I found out that he'd gone over to my house and sat through the storm for about an hour and a half with our little puppy because he was feeling scared on his own. Alan also, I got a shipping container put into the house and someone said, oh, you've got to check with the neighbours if it's all right to have a shipping container. I thought, oh, I hope they're not going to give me any shit for it. So I pop over to neighbours, one neighbour on one side, AJ, yeah, no problem. Pop over to the other neighbours, say to Alan, oh, I'm going to get a shipping container. And he goes to me, you're getting what? I was like, oh shit, it's going to be a problem. He goes, you're getting a shipping container? Because I want a shipping container. What are you, how big? How big are you getting it? What's it going to be? Anyway, so I get my shipping container. A couple of months later, he gets his shipping container, puts mine to shame. Music, yeah, 2:30 in the morning, woken up, total eclipse of the heart. I'm going to miss you, Alan, who's an awesome man. Thanks so much.
Any more? That doesn't. Well done, Auntie.
Kia ora whanau, thank you very much for everyone coming along today, and you can see around we're all having a good time. The weather's come right, and yeah, it's a lovely function, lovely turnout. Yeah, Alan's an OG from Gizzy. Everyone's come out to support him and support Sue and the family, and that's just beautiful. We're from the Denda whanau in Rotorua, only Sue's family. And yeah, I just got a couple of quick little stories to share with you all today, please. Yes, Mr. Fix It, Mr. Build Anything. My mother's got a 1930s house in Rotorua, falling to bits around your ears. Every time Sue and Al come and stayed, Al was always repairing the house, and that was lovely. So we appreciate his efforts there. I've got a quick yarn. What's happened to the microphone? I've got a quick yarn. I work in the music industry. I've supported some artists around New Zealand. We've had 3 or 4 artists crash at Sue and Al's house. And we've got a great story. Rolling Stones tribute band at the Sits Club. My good mate Scotty had this mean Rolling Stones jacket on with the big lips on the back. One of your Gizzy locals flogged it. And he goes, Scotty goes, oh, bro, can I have my jacket back? And he goes, nah, man, I'm going to keep this for my missus. And Scotty was like, oh, shit. Oh. Alan went up to this fella, who was taller than me. He went up to me, bro, give me that fucking jacket. And my mate was like, oh, shit, here we go, we're going to be in for it. And the fella gave the jacket back to Al, and Alan gave it to my mate. And yeah, that sort of reiterates, Al, he looked out for his mates, looked out for his whānau, looked out for his peers, and was just a genuine good fella. So, yeah, sorry Sue, I'm so upset for you as well, and he's been awesome to the Denda whānau, and yeah, he's a great man. So, thank you everyone, have a good night, have a couple of drinks, and enjoy. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I just want to share a couple of stories from the sad situation that happened after the accident. Just want to say how wonderful and beautiful the nurses and doctors were at the hospital. It was just amazing, and I had the support of this man, and he was just awesome. When they told us that Alan had passed, he'd gone, they said, because he was still on life support, you see, so we could sit with him for a while. And then they said to us, oh, if there was a small chance he could have survived, he would have been severely disabled. And Sven goes, oh, fuck that. No, I'm not fucking, no, fuck it. And the doctor just cracked up laughing. And he said, I would feel the same. So we knew Al. Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted to do that. But anyway, I went up to ICU with Alan, and it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and he had the monitors on and stuff like that, and they said, oh, he could pass any time if his blood pressure drops too low, he'll go. And I was like, oh, and then the nurse came up about 2 o'clock. She goes, I think it's time he's going to go. And she said, why don't you hop into bed with him, just smother him or whatever, you know, and give him the biggest kisses and stuff like that. So I did that, and the nurse was monitoring that. She goes, oh, his blood pressure's gone straight back up high. So even though he may not have had this up here, he had that there and that there. Yeah. So that made me really smile, and the nurses sat round with me like 3 o'clock in the morning, had a cup of tea, and they all said, look, we don't know this man, but we can tell by his beautiful face and those laughter lines that have laughed a lot because they're so deep. Because that's what he did, he laughed a lot. And the last little quick story I will share with you is we were sitting around saying our last goodbyes to him, and they had to remove the tube, and I just said, I don't want him to suffer, please don't let him suffer, to the anaesthetist, who had been so marvellous and all night really had been coming backwards and forwards to check that me and Alan were okay. And he goes, man, I've been listening to these amazing stories from your family, your friends, and the laughter, and I know what he wants. I've got some good shit. And then he goes into his pocket and he just brings out this capsule. I don't know what it was. And he said, he's not going to suffer. He'll go real peacefully and stuff. Oh, and I just remembered another one, sorry. Alan was very passionate about being a donor. And so the doctor came up and he said, oh, is Alan a donor? And I was like, yeah. I said, and he's been very passionate about it, and he's always wanted to be a donor. And he was like, I could see by his face, he was like, really what? And he said, after listening to your stories and his age, oh, I don't think we would want his organs. Oh, wow. And I'm just going to pass you on to my son, because this is another funny story in a sad situation. But please, Dave, can you do the... Is Dave? Oh, yeah. Anyway. Oh, cool.
Okay. Well, anyway, there I was, sitting at the side of his bed, like just before his life support got turned off. It was just so sad, everyone was crying, it was very emotionally fueled. And I looked up to the screen, I was like, I don't know, like what are they monitoring or whatever. Alan has always been, and he is a very short man, but he wishes he was big of stature. And I look up to the screen and I see male, 187 centimeters tall, and I was like, fuck, he'd be 6'4", and I just started hysterically laughing, and everyone was like, what's going on? And I was like, Alan's 6'4", and everyone just pissed themselves laughing, and they're like, well, in his final moments he got to be a big rig as he was, and so, yeah, that's it. So
We all good? All good. Cheers. Well, as I said earlier, I didn't know well, but I do now. And he was as good as everyone said he was. And they don't make them like that all the time. A lot of people haven't got parents or friends that they can look up to. So you've all been extremely lucky. We've got a photo show. I don't know how easy it'll be to see on the big screen there if you want to turn around. We'll be playing all day, so if you miss anything now, you look later.
It was an early morning yesterday. I was up before the dawn, and I really have enjoyed my stay, but I must be moving on. Like a king without a castle, like a queen without a throne. I'm an early morning lover, and I must be moving on. Now I believe in what you say is the undisputed truth, but I have to have things my.
After that, let's annoy Sven. Sven generally told him to combine sex with travel and go home and scratch around in his own backyard. But he was good-natured about it, and the banter he and Ellen had, and they never took offence. As I said, Ellen was a get-up-and-go sort of guy, but when his get-up-and-go got up and went, he was in the habit of snatching an afternoon snooze. It recharged his batteries, and he was ready to get out there and piss everyone off again. Well, Al, it's time for your last great adventure. This time, you'll go alone. And it is a trip that we're all going to make one day. The next one's a doozy, apparently, depending on your beliefs, but if Valhalla is your destination, you've earned a spot at the top table with all those Norse warriors that have gone before you. Join in the feasting, fighting, and eternal youth. Now, I did find a verse too, but I had a hell of a job finding it. It didn't talk about sex, booze, killing, and meat. So this one I thought was quite relevant. There is a rare breed of people that go all in. They keep their word, they give it all they've got. They go the extra mile for those they care for. These individuals hardly ever receive the same passionate effort in return, yet never change and always give their all, hoping one day, maybe, just maybe, they find someone as rare as them to love them as fiercely and with much devotion. To the givers, forgivers, and selfless lovers out there, keep being beautiful. Don't let this cold world change you, and take advantage of every little moment you are given. Ellen, you did find selfless love, beauty, givers and respect, and you did use the time you were given really, really well. Thank you. He's obviously well connected. Everyone's gone quiet. Go for it. The bar's still open.
Just want background music. Wind it down.
Everyone know they can spend some time with Al for the next hour before we take him to the final.
Sure.
That people come and get a sprinkle of sand and say your last goodbyes on Al, and get some sand and to sprinkle it. We've got a bucket down there.
The girls have just said that if you'd like to come up and share a few seconds with Ellen, there's a bag of sand there that you can sprinkle on top of the casket as well. Soften it. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Yeah, I think I might just get a drink.
ultras. People will start drinking whatever soon. You got some ultras. Ultras and export. Yeah. You got enough wine?
He goes, I don't even drink whiskey, and I said, well, you're fucking hard on today.
Oh, chocolate.
Yes. Just hang around, eh?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What do you think is the best in terms of getting them going out?
From where you are now.
Yeah. It's a pan, yeah. I don't see the casket, but I see them moving through. And they're going to take their time, I think, at the photo, so...
Yeah, maybe. I want to move and see yourself up.
What do you think?
Probably won't see it.
And I won't be able to get them from the corner. But we'll get that over.
Here and then wait for
Yeah, good, yeah. Just no Saturday. No, it's okay. He isn't bleeding. No, we just got some of the other students doing those. Have to have something going on. It's a little bit of motivation to get your hustle on.
It's going to be like
I think we're confirmed for level 6 next year, so most of us will sail and we might get a few men. Maybe we won't need it. We can get some productions underway. Just hearing all the stories. He's kind of cheerful. But a silly fella too. Don't care. Yeah, that's all part of his legacy, I think, and the rest. I don't know, someone might say something. Oh, I've got a Coke glove. I'll crack it open in a minute. It's pretty muted though.
Okay, maybe I'll say.
I've got Starlink set up too, but I didn't need it in the end. So it's all good. Oh, there's Wi-Fi in here. It's a cool piece of technology when it behaves.
No, it's quite easy to stay.
Live stream more so. The funerals, like you can stop up a rugby game, you might get a bit of shit. You get told for it. Now there's something like a funeral, like 25. I must have been over.
Scotty said don't stop me. No. On Leo. Hi guys.
find your brother. He's over here. Yeah, he's over here.
And then it's quite a big laundry for the side of our house, and then on the other side we have like a double cupboard and like lots of storage we've just taken out. Like the doesn't even have the other one was a double one, but we made it single to extend the size of our bathroom. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I guess, but it's quite like nice space. Quite lucky there's not much of a like, oh, they put up sushi. And he was like, wait, that's not sushi. Go to our place to go to the yeah, it was great. We got like this whole backyard cleaned up by like really guys, chop down like all those branches of the tree and like cleared everything. So it was so horrific. Like the grass was like this so high.
Sorry we didn't make it clear about the mic, bro. That mic was only for the live stream, not for the video. You should have said that. Yeah, man. Yeah, good. say something? Let's say some more stuff.
I said the team before. That's good.
Claire, tell those comments to give me export.
Oh, is Barry watching that?
Thank you.
Room service then. Hey, you're special.
Unfortunately,
You're
how
special.
what I end up with, eh?
I knew you'd get it, son. Yeah.
Just come out the air.
I watched from the house. Oh, your dad's place. I was like, you need to work on your I'm not relying like
In my mind, I was like, I'm so offended right now.
from the house. Oh, yeah, no. I said, I watched it from the house. Really hard. It's like, no, you really are.
And I've already learned like they said don't push the button, just grab from your core and then so I've been doing that. I'm like, oh, that's
But usually I'm pretty like very controlling.
yeah. But like it was
But in
just
that
a
case,
comment.
because I don't do nothing.
But it was
It's
quite
a little
funny.
more like, I was just like, well, it's just
It was a more an observation.
Yeah, so I not usually. I mean, I was no, I'm not. But I was like,
this process of grieving and hopefully healing. Nā reira ngā mihi mahana mai oha kia koutou katoa. Nā reira tēnā koe Alan I tēnei te wāwehenga, tō wāwehenga mai I tō whare nei. Hei roto I ngā ringaringa o te atua. So Alan, at this time we gather, we offer up our prayers to release you into the arms of God, and fare thee well, fare thee well. Nā reira e te runga rawa, ngā whakamoemiti, ngā whakahonore ki a koe tēnei wā. So, to you, Heavenly Father, to your hands we commit Alan. It says that you loved us so much that you gave your only Son, whosoever believeth in him would not perish but have everlasting life. So we just commit Alan into your hands at this time. We pray, Lord, also for the whanau, particularly in the days ahead, that you will come and wrap your arms around by your Holy Spirit and through the ministrations of friends and whanau in the days ahead. We just commit Alan into your hands right now, doing all ihu kraiti. Kia tau kia tātou katoa te atawhai tō tātou aru ki nui a ihu kraiti, te aroha o te atua, te whiwhinga tahi tanga ki tō wairua tātou. Āke, āmena. Kia ora tātou.
The song that Alan's going to leave here is a song that we got married to.